Jason had never been the outdoorsy type, but when his friend Mia invited him and two others, Leo and Sarah, on a weekend hiking trip, he figured he'd give it a try. They'd all grown distant since college, and Mia thought the retreat would help them reconnect. The hike took them deep into the northern woods of Oregon, where cell reception was as dead as the underbrush they crunched through. By evening, the group found a clearing and set up camp. That's when they saw it. A cabin old and leaning slightly, half swallowed by trees and moss. It wasn't on any of their maps. "Let's check it out," Leo said, already halfway there. The others followed reluctantly. The door creaked open with a groan. Not without it. You said, tell it from the perspective of someone who experienced it. First-person POV. ChatGPT said, absolutely. Here's a first-person 10-minute horror story told as if someone lived through it. The tone is personal, reflective, and meant to gradually ratchet up the dread. The cabin that remembers. I don't know why I'm writing this. Maybe to warn someone, maybe to convince myself it really happened. But I need to get it out. We weren't supposed to stay in the cabin. That's important. We were supposed to camp near Lake Merrill. Just me, Leo, Mia, and Sarah. It was our first reunion in years. A chance to catch up, unplug, pretend adulthood hadn't scattered us in 4 directions. But then the rain started. It came down in sheets that first night, sudden and violent. Our tents buckled. Water got into everything. Sleeping bags, food, even our phones. That's when we found the cabin, or when it found us. We didn't see it at first. Just a faint light flickering through the trees. Leo thought it was another camper, maybe someone with a generator or a lantern. We pushed through the underbrush and found it. An old one-room structure, half swallowed by moss and trees. It shouldn't have had power, but a single bulb swung gently from the ceiling inside, casting a dull yellow glow. I still remember the way the door creaked open, like it had been waiting for us. Inside, everything was preserved. Dusty, but not decayed. There were 4 narrow beds with sheets tucked tight, a table set for 4, and a fireplace that sparked to life the moment Mia tossed in a match. That should have been a red flag, but we were wet, cold, and laughing at our luck. None of us thought to ask why there were 4 beds, or why everything was already prepared for us. That night, I dreamed of whispers, not voices, whispers, like leaves brushing my ears. But they were saying something, and in my dream, I understood. Stay. 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 When I woke up, I saw something written on the inside of the window, where the condensation had collected. 4 words, like they were traced with a fingertip. You're where you belong. I thought it was a prank. Sarah always liked creepy stuff, and I figured she was trying to freak me out. I laughed it off, wiped the glass, and went outside. But when I got to the woods, something was wrong. The trail was gone. I mean it. Gone. Just thick trees where there had been a path the day before. I tried to retrace our steps, but every direction looked the same. When I turned around to head back to the cabin, it was closer than it should have been, like it had moved. I didn't tell the others at first. I thought maybe I was tired, disoriented. We decided to try hiking out together the next morning. That night, the whispers returned, louder this time, not in a dream. Mia was the first to say it out loud. Do you guys hear that? We all froze, and then Sarah screamed. She was staring at the mirror over the fireplace, pale as a ghost. There's someone behind us, she whispered. We turned. Nothing, just shadows dancing in the firelight. But in the mirror, I swear to you, there were 5 people, not 4. The 5th was tall, hunched, with a face like damp paper, thin, sagging, half-rotted. It didn't move, just stood behind us, watching. Leo picked up the lamp and smashed the mirror. The whispers stopped. For a while. The next day, we packed up and tried to hike out again. We walked for hours. But every trail circled back to the same clearing, the same goddamn cabin. That night, the cabin was different. The beds had our names carved into the headboards. The table was set again, but this time, the plates held raw meat, still warm. And on the walls, pictures had appeared. faded old photos that hadn't been there before. In each one, we were standing in front of the cabin. But the photos were old, decades old. I had a mustache in one. Mia wore 70s bell-bottoms. Leo had graying hair. In every photo, we looked older, like we'd been there for years, like we'd always been there. Sarah tried to run. She made it to the tree line before she vanished, just gone. No scream, no sound. We ran after her, screaming her name, but there was only silence. The woods swallowed her. We didn't speak that night. We just sat by the fire, afraid to sleep. Around midnight, I noticed the door had opened on its own. I saw a figure in the doorway. It was Sarah, but her skin was pale, wet, and her eyes were all black. She smiled and said, "The cabin remembers." Then she was gone. Leo lost it after that. Took the hatchet and tried to chop the place down, screaming that it was alive, that it was feeding off us. The walls bled. I saw them bleed. Dark, thick sap, or blood, or something worse. Mia was gone the next morning. Her bed was still made. I left Leo sleeping and tried to burn the cabin down. But the fire wouldn't catch. It just wouldn't. Like the wood was soaked from the inside, and the more I tried, the more I felt something behind me. Watching, waiting. That was 2 days ago, or a week, or a year. I don't know anymore. I'm alone now. Leo's bed is empty. His name is gone from the headboard. Only mine remains. Sometimes I hear footsteps on the roof. Sometimes I see shadows outside the windows that vanish when I look. But the worst part is the mirror. Yes, it's whole again. And tonight, there are 4 figures in it. One of them looks just like you. If you're reading this, please, don't come looking for the cabin. It remembers. And now, it remembers you too. People always say the woods are peaceful, quiet, healing. They've never been to Ashwood. I first heard about the cabin from my sister Elise. She booked it through some obscure rental site that didn't even have reviews. Just a few grainy photos and a description that promised total solitude. She needed a break after a messy breakup and wanted to go alone. She texted me a picture of herself by the cabin, smiling, thumbs up, with that crooked grin I hadn't seen since we were kids. That was the last time I heard from her. At first I thought she'd just gone off-grid. She liked that sort of thing. But days passed, then a week. Her phone went straight to voicemail. She never missed our weekly calls, not even when she was sick or pissed off at me. I filed a missing person report. The cops said they'd check it out, but I could tell they didn't care. Probably just needed space, they told me. People unplug all the time. So I went myself. The drive was long, miles of narrow roads and dense, suffocating trees. I almost missed the turnoff entirely. It wasn't marked, just a rusted chain across a dirt path and a small wooden sign that simply read, Ashwood. I stepped out of my car and everything felt wrong. You know that feeling when someone's staring at you? That prickle on the back of your neck? That's what it was like. Constant, heavy, but there was no one there. The cabin looked like the photo Elise sent. Small, simple, surrounded by thick pine trees. But the closer I got, the more it seemed off. The windows were too dark, like the glass absorbed light. The wood was warped in places, like it had been soaked and dried 100 times over. And there was no sound, no birds, no wind, just silence so thick it rang in my ears. Inside, it smelled like dirt and old wood. Dust coated everything except the table. There were 2 mugs on it. One was full of cold coffee. Elise's duffel bag sat near the couch, half unzipped. Her journal was on the armrest. I flipped through it. The first few pages were normal. Notes about hiking trails, the fresh air, how freeing it felt to be alone. Then, a change. There's someone in the trees. I see them at night, just standing, watching. I found footprints outside the cabin this morning. Barefoot. Huge. The mirror in the bedroom keeps fogging up even when it's cold. Like someone's breathing on it. The last entry was just one line. It won't let me leave. I froze. My skin crawled. I rushed outside to look for any signs of her. Nothing. No footprints, no tire tracks, just endless forest in every direction. I should have left then. I tried to. But the road was gone. I mean that literally. The dirt path I drove in on was just forest. Solid, undisturbed forest, like the trees had grown back in second. I panicked. I ran in what I thought was the direction of the road, calling Elise's name. After a few minutes, I came back around, to the cabin. No matter which way I walked, I ended up right back where I started. Like the forest was folding around me, corralling me. I went back inside and tried the radio on the shelf. Just static. That night, I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard movement outside. Not footsteps, dragging. Like something heavy, wet, being pulled through the dirt. Once I looked out the window. There were faces, dozens of them, half hidden behind trees, pale, sunken, eyes wide and empty, just watching. I blinked and they were gone. In the morning, the journal was open on the floor, a new page scribbled in frantic handwriting. It feeds on attention. Don't look too long. Don't think about it. It wants you to know it's there. Elise is gone. Something is wearing her skin. That's when I saw her, standing just inside the tree line. Same flannel shirt, same crooked smile, but her eyes didn't move. She didn't blink. I whispered her name. She cocked her head like a confused animal, then smiled wider, too wide. And then she whispered back, voice like splinters, "You came home." I slammed the door and barricaded it with a chair. It's been 3 days since then, or 3 weeks. Time feels strange here. Every night she gets closer, just a little. I can hear her breathing through the walls, scratching at the windows, whispering words I can't understand. The cabin won't let me go, neither will she. I think it's using her face, her voice. I don't know if Elise ever made it here at all. I found a trap door in the floor this morning. It was hidden under the rug. I haven't opened it yet, but the scratching is coming from underneath now. If anyone finds this, don't come to Ashwood. Don't follow the voice. Don't open the door when she knocks, because she will knock, and she will sound just like someone you love. I've never told anyone this. Not the police, not my friends, not even my therapist. It sounds insane, but I know what I saw, and more than that, I know what followed me home. It happened 2 years ago during one of the worst times in my life. I was deep into recovery, booze, pills, whatever numbed me. I was a mess. I had just relapsed for the 3rd time, lost my job, and my girlfriend had finally walked out for good. My sponsor, Tom, told me I needed to get away. Go clear your head, he said. Go somewhere quiet, somewhere with no temptations. Get clean, reset. He offered me the use of an old family cabin deep in upstate New York. Said it had belonged to his grandfather, hadn't been used in years, but it had running water, a wood stove, and enough food to get me through a couple weeks. No cell service, no distractions, he told me, just you and the trees. It sounded perfect. The drive out took nearly 6 hours. The last half hour was all dirt road, no signage. I only found the place because Tom told me to count 13 steps up the hill after parking by a crooked pine. And sure enough, just as he'd said, I found a narrow trail. And after a short walk, there it was. A one-room cabin, old but intact, squatting like a dark animal among the trees. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. Not peaceful, not serene, silent, no birds, no wind. Just an oppressive stillness that made the air feel heavier. Inside, the cabin was simple. Bed, stove, woodpile, pantry, one grimy window, and a steep staircase leading down to a basement. I peeked but didn't go down. I could smell dampness and rust, and something else I couldn't place. Something sour. I told myself it was mold. Just mold. The first few days were fine. I chopped wood, journaled, even meditated. The shakes hit me on day 2, the sweats and hallucinations by day 3, but I knew what to expect. I told myself it would pass. I just had to ride it out. That's when the dreams started. The first one was simple. I was standing at the top of the hill, looking down at the cabin. But something was walking around it, circling. Something tall, pale, with 2 long limbs and no face. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. Just watched as it made its way to the front door and started to knock. 3 soft knocks. Then I'd wake up. The second dream was worse. Same cabin, same hill, but this time I was inside, hiding under the bed, and I heard the door creak open. Heavy footsteps crossed the room. Then a voice. Not human, not even animal, just wrong, like wood splitting and wind howling at once. It whispered, "Come down the steps." I woke up with a mouthful of dirt. I was outside, lying next to the basement door. That was when I realized I'd been sleepwalking. At least, that's what I told myself. I started locking the door and piling wood in front of it before bed, but it didn't help. Each night the dreams got more vivid, more real, and every morning I'd wake up closer to that damn basement. One morning the door was open. Not just unlocked, open, hanging on its rusty hinges, and carved into the inside were words I hadn't noticed before. The 13th step is down. I didn't understand it. 13 steps had brought me up to the cabin. What did it mean that the 13th step was down? I tried calling Tom from the ridge. Still no signal. Tried hiking back to my car, but I got turned around. The woods didn't look the same anymore. Paths that were there before were gone. I swear the trees moved. I'd blink and they'd be closer. That night, the knocking started for real. 3 knocks. Software precise. Just like the dream. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. Just lay in bed, heart hammering, waiting. Then, a voice came through the door. Same as before. Cracked wood, wind, and rot. "You've come this far. Just one more step." I pressed my hands over my ears and cried. I don't remember falling asleep. The next morning, I saw footprints outside. Barefoot. Long, deep. They led from the woods to the basement door and stopped. The door was closed again. Locked from the inside. I thought about leaving. About running through the woods until I hit a road or died trying. But something in me, curiosity, madness, addiction, I don't know, drove me to the edge. I had to know what was down there. That night, I brought a flashlight. I stood at the top of the basement stairs, one hand on the wall, counting each step as I descended. 1, 2, 3. The air grew colder. 4, 5, 6. The smell hit me then. Rotted meat, wet leaves, burnt hair. 7, 8, 9. My flashlight flickered. I kept going. 10, 11, 12. There was no 13th step, just dirt. I shined my light across the basement and saw the floor was uneven, sunken in the center, like something had clawed its way up from below. And in the middle of that pit was Elise, or something wearing her face. She looked up at me, hair hanging in strings across her face. Her mouth was too wide. Her eyes were all wrong, too dark, too deep, like there was nothing behind them. She spoke in that same splintered voice. "The 13th step is surrender." Then she smiled, and I saw her teeth weren't teeth. They were nails, rusted, bent, all jammed into black gums. I ran. God, I ran. I don't remember getting out. Just remember collapsing in the woods, waking up by my car the next morning with bloody feet and dirt under my fingernails. I drove until I hit signal, called Tom, and told him everything. He didn't say a word. When I finished, he just hung up. I called back. Voicemail. That night I checked the rental site. The cabin listing was gone. The site itself didn't even exist anymore. I haven't heard from Tom since. Sometimes, late at night, I hear knocking. Just 3 soft taps on the window or the door or the wall behind my bed. I don't answer. I don't speak, because I know now what the 13th step really is. It isn't surrendering to healing, it's surrendering to it.
Hello and welcome to Daytime, your place for scary stories straight from the horror forums of Reddit. Make sure to like and subscribe for more horror tales of things that go bumping the night. On tonight's episode, a man looking to relocate for his job finds himself in a scary situation after a bus ride accident. So, what would you do to survive? Because Noah ate someone.
A few years ago, I was moving from Cleveland to Minneapolis. It had been the worst year of my life. The man I'd been dating for the past 3 years had been involved in a scam and squandered most of our joint savings along the way. Shortly after, I lost my job. I just couldn't keep up with the pressure of finding a new place and surviving on breadcrumbs, and I just broke down. So I decided to start over in Minneapolis. I had a couple of friends who offered me a couch to crash on for a couple of weeks. I was looking to get a new job and start over fresh. I got on a Greyhound with nothing but 2 suitcases and a handful of unread DMS. It was a long trip. Most people stepped off in Chicago and Milwaukee. So for the final stretch of the trip, there was only 2 people left. Me and a passenger sitting right across from me. A man in his early 60s. He had a kind face and spent most of his time sending messages to his friends and family. I got the impression that this was some kind of event for him. He had a fanny pack with snacks, an extra battery for his phone, sunscreen on the tip of his ears, and a pair of Ray-Bans resting on his trucker cap. I talked to him a little. His name was Noah. He was heading home after a long consultation job out of state. He was some kind of environmental lawyer. He was all about public transportation and reducing the carbon footprint. I could tell he was a jubilant fellow. I don't know a lot of people who speak so highly of their job. About half an hour from our destination, the bus suddenly lurched. There was someone standing in the middle of the road, and the driver had done his best to steer out of the way. I saw a brief silhouette of someone small go by the window, possibly a child. Moments later, we were thrown into a ditch, and the bus tipped over. In the blink of an eye, all turned to chaos. I was thrown out of my seat like a slack-necked doll, and there was this awful metal groaning noise. The side of the bus was torn open. Suddenly, the world was still. My mind was spinning. I barely made it off the bus before I hurled, my inner ear screaming at me to lie down. Everything felt different. The air tasted metal. We'd driven straight into a field, leaving a long trail of bent grass and wild blue sunflowers behind us. As the engines of the bus died, all that was left was the flapping of moth wings. Looking back at the road, there was no one there. I couldn't see Noah or the bus driver. I picked up my phone and called the police without a second thought. I felt disoriented, and the strangest details stood out to me. Like, how often do you stop to look at the shape of your phone, or stop to think about the actual code you use to unlock it? While still on the phone, I was asked by the operator to check if everyone was okay. I moved to the front of saw the driver's seat empty, and rounded the corner. "Can you see them?" the operator asked again. "Is everyone all right?" I heard the noise before I saw them. This thick, meaty squish, the tearing, clicking teeth. The kindly-looking Noah was sitting a bit further out in the field, with a streak of blood trailing him. He was cradling the driver in his arms, slowly biting off pieces from the side of his head. Hair and all slurped up like spaghetti. It looked almost serene, like a grazing antelope. "Excuse me, miss," the operator repeated. "Can you see them?" "Yes," I whispered breathlessly. "Yes, I do." "Is everyone all right?" Noah looked up at me with complete disinterest. For a moment, his eyes met mine, and he was as calm as ever. There was no panic, no regret, nothing. Like a dog enjoying a meaty bone. "No," I wheezed back into the phone. "No, we're not all right." Yes, he'd killed and eaten that man. The moment we got off the bus, the first thing he'd done was to kill and eat him. No hesitation whatsoever. For a good 15 minutes, I just stood there, watching. The police were on their way, but this was a bit out of their way. Noah didn't seem to mind an audience. He just bit, chew, and swallowed. Bit, chew, and swallow. Thin spurts of blood stained his horn-rimmed glasses. But I couldn't move or look away. I couldn't bring myself to move or turn my back on him. I was just frozen. The moment the police arrived, they didn't even pull out their guns. They just stood there, staring in disbelief. Putting Noah in handcuffs and taking him away was completely uneventful. There was no struggle, no sudden attacks, nothing. Noah just looked disappointed to have his meal taken away, like a child tiredly reaching for his teddy bear. I was so distraught after stating my witness account that I forgot one of my bags. I just took the one closest to me and got out of there. I couldn't bring myself to call on my friends. I crashed at the first motel I came across. I sat up all night staring into the ceiling, still trying to make some kind of sense about what I'd seen. I didn't notice myself crying, and I didn't notice how those cries slowly turned to screams. I just lay there, head empty, screaming into a cheap, tear-stained motel pillow. Over the following weeks, I settled into a new place, a new job, and a new life. Everything was different, but in ways I hadn't anticipated. I felt like an alien, as if the world had shifted, like I'd seen something not of this earth. Some of the most mundane things felt strange. Eating a sesame seed bagel at the cafe down on the corner felt like ashes in my mouth. All I could think about was teeth, tearing, ripping, curious eyes looking my way. But looking past all that, there was something else that kept crawling back into my mind. Just how awful I was at judging someone's character. How I hadn't noticed the scam my ex had been wrapped up in, costing us our savings. How I hadn't noticed how I was neglecting my work to the point where they had to let me go, and now this. How I couldn't see that the friendly Noah on the bus had been ready to eat a living person at the drop of a hat. It didn't add up to me. How do you miss something like that? I was one of the witnesses called in the trial that followed. I hoped it'd be a chance to finally put it all behind me. I said my piece, and I stayed to watch the proceedings. I had to know more about this man and what turned him into this monster. He didn't look like a monster, though. He was just a man in a suit. He even had the same glasses. I couldn't look past his friendly demeanor, still as unbothered by this whole situation as the day I saw him bite down on raw flesh. There was a clinical psychologist called to the stand. He'd been there to assess Noah's mental state and was ready to share his findings. Mr. Ayton is deeply confused, he said. To him, this behavior is not something new. This is something he's been forced to do for years in order to survive. Is he confessing further crimes? Yes, the psychologist continued. But Mr. Ayton has lost perception of reality. He speaks of living in a forest, hunting people for food. He has no memory of ever having a family or an occupation. To him, his life has been about inhuman acts brought by never-ending strife. And you assess that this belief is a genuine response to trauma? Yes, his belief is genuine, the psychologist agreed. This man has suffered a great trauma. There was a short pause as the psychologist checked his notes and adjusted his glasses. It's as if he believes he comes from a different world. In Noah's mind, he'd been a murderer for years, trapped in a sort of limbo state. His description of the world was horrifying, living in a space of ruptured reality where the only certainty was famine and pain. He'd taken refuge in what he believed to be the shell of an abandoned bus. Suddenly, there were intruders in his space, one of which he killed and ate. The other he didn't mind, since he was already having his fill. According to his testimony, he was even willing to share. He wanted to be a good host. His family spoke of another story. To them, Noah was a kind man with a busy schedule. There were pictures of him coaching his son's basketball team. He'd recently celebrated 30 years of marriage to his wife, which he loved dearly. To them, this was an unreal nightmare. There was nothing in his history pointing to this kind of madness. Something happened, they said. Something must have happened on that bus. I hate to admit it, but I agreed. It just didn't make sense. I'm not sure what happened to Noah. There was a lot of talk behind closed doors, and most of what was said stayed there. The papers didn't say a lot about it. There was mention of a case of mutilation, but every report about it was vague. It's as if no one really wanted to report it. Maybe they didn't know if it was a case of mental illness or something more sinister. Either way, there wasn't much said about him. I tried to put it out of my head. I caught up with my unread DMS. I'd been dreading reading worried texts, demands about unpaid bills, and whatever else might kick me further while I was down. I couldn't go back to that world just yet, but I sort of had to. But that's where things took another turn. I didn't recognize these messages. Unknown names and numbers, asking me to call them back. One begged me to reconsider. Another sent me an address and a name. All kinds of strange, even coded messages. Also, bank accounts, payments. That made me pause. I had no idea who these people were or what they wanted from me. Had they gotten the wrong number? I remember my second bag. I'd only brought the one, which I'd stashed away in my bathroom. I hadn't opened it since that night. And the second bag, well, I still hadn't talked to the police about it. but I decided that before I did anything else, I ought to at least unpack what little I'd brought, even though it might be stained with blood or worse. I couldn't bear the thought of it. But opening the bag, well, there was nothing of the sort in it. It was my bag. I was certain of it. But there were no clothes or keepsakes. Instead, it had syringes wrapped in leather casings, little clear vials, unmarked, sheets of plastic, bags, duct tape, and knives. Several knives of various sizes, all sharpened to perfection. I picked one up, it fit perfectly into my hand as if made for me. Looking up at the bathroom mirror, there was something about the image looking back at me that I couldn't recognize. While I could feel a frown forming on my brow, the face looking at me had a creeping smirk, and I saw it blink. That was only the beginning. The police didn't have my second bag. There had never been a second bag. There was only that one bag, and I couldn't recognize a thing in it. Even stranger, I couldn't get in touch with anyone I knew. All numbers seemed to be out of commission. My parents, my sister, my friends, none of them. I couldn't call them or find their social media profiles. In my bag, there was a wallet, several fake IDs, and thousands of dollars in cash. I couldn't recognize the president on the bill. With every revelation, the smirk on my mirror image deepened. It would tilt its head the other way. It would look up and down, observing me. I'd raise my hand towards it, and it wouldn't return the gesture. Once, when I was in the bathroom, the bulb went out. I was standing there, fresh out of the shower, in complete darkness. I wrapped my cold towel around me, and I heard something. It sounded like a distant echo of my own voice, as if spoken from the other side of a window. Closer, it whispered. I didn't say anything. I just held my breath and listened. I'm lost, it continued. Coming home. A finger brushed against my hair. I recoiled, and so did something else. I heard footsteps, moving away. As I opened the bathroom door and let some light in, the mirror image was nothing out of the ordinary. But somewhere out there in the dark, I heard waning footsteps. With every message I received, it was becoming increasingly clear that people were expecting something of me. That I'd move somewhere, meet someone, do something. I was asked about my equipment, about places and times. There were also a handful of threats from people expressing disappointment. There was a knock on the door once. Another time, I saw a car slowing down to watch me through the kitchen window. There were mysterious phone calls at night, and whenever I stepped into a dark room, I'd stay clear of mirrors. If I stepped too close, I could hear something moving in there. Footsteps, irregular breaths. Sometimes I'd feel the warmth of something reaching for me. Skin, just inches away. Then, a hasty retreat. I decided to retrace my steps. After all, Noah Ayton had been a family man before we swerved off that road. But what the hell had I been? Maybe he wasn't the only one who'd changed. I rented a car and took to the highway. I was having trouble navigating, ending up down a couple of roads I wasn't supposed to. When I finally began to recognize where I was meant to go, the sun was already setting. I didn't care. I was ready to drive through the night if need be. The first rain spatter came as soon as the sun set. The wind was picking up. I didn't dare to look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to think about what I might see. I don't know how long I drove. After a while, I stopped seeing other cars on the road. Then, a shadow. Someone in the middle of the road. A boy? I stepped on the brakes. A couple of moths thumped against my windshield as my car came to a full stop. I caught a glance at a side view mirror, only to see a hand reaching out. I blinked it away. I got out of the car, looking back down the road. I could still see the silhouette of a boy, walking away, just like that night when the bus swerved off the road. This had to be connected. Just had to. I left my car running by the side of the road. "Wait," I called out. "Hold on." He didn't stop. I was catching up, but as it turns out, I wasn't the only one. As I got closer, other figures emerged from the rain. Some of them looked like me. Others only held a vague resemblance. A select few were identical. Further out, there were other figures. Some impossibly tall, others barely even human. We all looked at one another, our heads turning in unison. Left, right, left. Like a ripple of thought forcing us all to do the same. A collective impulse. "I want my knives back." A voice breaking through the rain. I didn't have to turn around to know who it was. I'd seen her in the mirror dozens of times by now, but this time her voice was unhindered. There was no mirror in the way. I could feel her staring at me. We were all spread out in a circle around the mysterious voice, a sort of beacon we'd all gathered around. And the closer we got, the stranger things became. I lost track of time. I could barely feel the weight of my heartbeats as they quickened and slowed, seemingly at random. The wind picked up, then disappeared, then reappeared. Rain to snow to hail to summer sun. In one blink of an eye, the world was on fire. In another, we were standing in oncoming traffic, cars throwing themselves off the road to avoid us. In one place, the stars were gone and the ground was nothing but black sand. In so many places, there was nothing left. No life, no sky, nothing. It was terrifying. I wanted to turn around to run, but I couldn't trust the figure to my side not to take advantage. Instead, I stopped. A few moved closer, only to dissipate or be changed forever. One sprouted a third arm. Another was dragged into the dark by an unseen force. One fell to the ground, stretched and bent like hot metal. Screams, cries, and hysterical laughter. Slowly, the boy moved away. With every step he took, I could feel my world slowing down. By the time I could feel the rain on my skin again, there was a hand on my shoulder. I was grabbed, spun around, and pushed. In front of me, my twisted mirror image. "Go home," it hissed. "I'm done with this place." A push. Shadows growing distant and the rain growing stronger. A different rain. There was an unknown car waiting by the side of the road. One more neatly parked. Similar to the one I'd used, but not the same. Going through the glove box, I recognized several items. Looking in the back seat, there were 2 familiar bags. I realized what had happened. I'd been gone, and now I'd returned. I have been back here for quite some time now. Here, where Noah Ayton is an ordinary family man without any articles mentioning his name. I settled into my new place and eventually got a new job. Got back in touch with my family and friends. I started to recognize the faces on my dollar bills again. But a few things have happened. No one has seen my ex for a while. There was a string of disappearances around the area where I used to live back in Cleveland. I don't like to think about what has happened there. Am I responsible? If not, who is? I'm not sure what happened that night. Not really. I think we got too close to something we shouldn't. And what little sense we make of this world got mixed up. I can't help but to look a little longer at mirrors. I lean my ear in to listen, making sure I don't hear anything. I turn my head back and forth, making sure the image follows. So far, it does. But I sometimes get the sense that it doesn't. Maybe in the dark, when I can't look as closely. If you find yourself near a strange sunflower field, keep your eyes on the road. Slow down. And if you do get a little too close, watch your surroundings, check your bills, and in more ways.
Hello and welcome to Daytime, your place for scary stories, straight from the horror forums of Reddit. Make sure to like and subscribe for more horror tales of things that go bumping the night. On tonight's episode, a man looking to relocate for his job gets an apartment with an interesting landlord. So, no matter what you say or do, they will never leave their homes.
I want to tell you about the most turbulent time in my life. There was a 3-month period where my world crumbled. The woman I was going to marry moved to Europe to pursue higher education. My father passed away from a sudden illness, and the imports company I worked for got uprooted and moved southwest to Cairo. I had no choice but to take what little life I had and follow the company. I signed up with an agency to help me find a place to stay. I had to get something fast, or risk losing my job. It wasn't all bad, though. By staying with the company when almost half the staff left, I had an increased seniority. I was reassigned to help with foreign contracts and overseeing customs agreements, meaning a lot of late-night phone calls and video conferences with people in distant countries. I was busy keeping my head above water. I tried to sleep as little as possible, as my heart hurt whenever things got too quiet. I devoted myself to my work, hoping my intrusive thoughts would quiet down over time. Because if they didn't, well, That was hell on earth. I was lucky. There was an opening for an apartment on short notice. The rent was surprisingly cheap, and it was a nice neighborhood. There was a notice about there being an adjoining shop downstairs, but that it had limited opening hours and the rent was cheaper to compensate. I looked over the floor plan and couldn't find anything to complain about. 2 rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a storage closet. It was all I needed. No one seemed to have anything bad to say about the owner either. Now, I could have signed up for a look at the apartment before I signed the lease, but I was afraid that I might lose my spot in the queue. It was a very attractive deal, both location-wise and rent-wise. To find a place like that on such short notice is almost unheard of. The agency I'd used was equally surprised.
This never happens.
One of them told me over the phone.
At the end of the day, it's up to you. But I can promise you that lightning won't strike twice.
So, yeah, I took it. The apartment building didn't really stand out. It was 3 floors tall with a smooth red exterior, white arched windows next to shaded balconies facing away from the sun, a little shop on the corner, and a set of ornate glass double doors leading to an entryway. There had been a couple of abandoned building sites on the way there, but this building was situated at the edge of a residential area, overlooking a pristine field of grass. It was beautiful. There was a bronze plaque hanging above the door. It was old by the looks of it. I bring you respite in the House of Rest. That was a name I'd heard in passing. The building had an address, like everything else, but the locals seemed to refer to it as the House of Rest. I liked the sound of it. The entry was lined with beautiful handcrafted hexagon ceramic tiles. The floor must have been cleaned recently. I could almost see my reflection in it. There was a smooth breeze blowing through the hallway, and it's as if all the hustle and bustle of the city stopped at the closing of the doors. It was quiet, so refreshingly quiet. The agency had given me a key to the mailbox, which is where I got the keys to the apartment. I was up on the 3rd floor. There was no elevator, but I figured I could do with some exercise. Good for the legs. There was a total of 16 apartments in the House of Rest. 6 on the bottom floor, 6 on the middle floor, and 4 on the top. The top apartments were a bit smaller, but were rumored to have the best view. The mailbox already had a piece of paper sticking out, an advertisement for a local restaurant. I could see the same blue-tinted paper sticking out of all the other mailboxes as well. I brought it along, figuring I might as well check it out someday after work. I didn't know anyone in town, but that wasn't going to stop me from celebrating a little. I opened the mailbox, got my keys, and went up to my apartment. I didn't see anyone when I went up there, but I could hear them. People laughing, someone playing the piano, a jingle from a radio playing in a distant room. It was lively but not intrusive. I quite enjoyed it. Made me feel a bit less alone. Going up to the 3C apartment, I was a bit hesitant. I figured maybe it was all too good to be true. Maybe this was where the scam revealed itself. But no, I was wrong. It was wonderful. Bright open spaces with a view of the grassy field on one side and the bustling street on the other. An old-fashioned kitchen, much like the one I grew up in. The apartment was clean, well kept, and there was a perfect corner space for my at-home office. I couldn't have asked for a better space. I could breathe a sigh of relief. Things were finally going my way. It took me a couple of days to get things up and running. I got some new furniture and carpets. I explored the neighborhood and tried the restaurant from the flyer. They had an amazing hawashi. Heaven. I could get most of my necessities from the corner shop. They were only open for a few hours every day, but the prices were low, and there was a discount for residents. The same old man tended the store every day. He must have been in his 70s, but he always had a smile on his face, and was so used to handling money that he could hand out exact change without looking at the bills. All in all, it was shaping up to be a great place to live. It really encompassed its namesake, the House of Rest. My mother was very traditional, and I was raised with certain practices. Now, I'm from a younger generation and a lot more flexible, but there are traditions and customs that I adhere to. For example, I attend a mosque for the Maghrib prayer, and I take some time out of my week to leave for the Jumu'ah. I couldn't look my mother in the eye if I didn't, but it's also a comfort that I've grown accustomed to. It's a part of me. The first Jumu'ah I attended in that neighborhood surprised me. I saw no neighbors leave the house of rest to attend, so I first thought they might attend somewhere else. I asked one of the other attendants, but they weren't sure. They didn't know anyone who lived there, except for the shopkeeper. People can have a lot of reasons not to attend, but that man had said something unusual, that he didn't know anyone who lived there. These were people from the neighborhood. How could no one know who lived there? Now I was still settling into things. About 2 weeks passed, and I got into a comfortable routine. I had everything I needed, and no one bothered me. Sure, work was a hassle, but with the low rent I was paying, I could work less hours if I wanted to, and still make it through the month with a bit to save. As the company was restructuring and hiring new people, I got some unexpected time off. This could have been a blessing, but it really wasn't. I had to stop myself from looking up what was going on in the life of the woman I'd lost. There were images and video of her laughing, making friends, learning a new language. It was devastating. Not only because I missed her, but because it made me question my choices. I lay awake at night wondering if I should have dropped everything and gone with her. But instead of dwelling on it, I tried to make the best of what I had. And in that space of thought, my mind kept wandering back to the curious fact of my neighbors. How come no one knew them? And why had I never seen them? I would hear them sometimes. I could hear them talking, laughing, cooking. They were there, behind the closed doors. But they were there. I was sure of it. I could hear individual conversations if I listened closely, but I didn't want to be rude. At night, walking around outside, I could see light shining from their windows. I could hear them walking around if I listened at their doors. But I couldn't find any names or phone numbers. Their mailboxes just had written addresses. There was no way to tell who lived where. But coming home from the shop on the corner, I noticed something curious. I'd lived at the house of rest for 4 weeks by then. Walking past the mailboxes, I noticed something blue sticking out. The same flyer for the restaurant that I'd received on that very first day was still there in every mailbox but mine. No one had gone outside to check their mail for weeks. This caused me some concern. I decided to go down to the corner shop to ask the shopkeeper. I figured he'd worked there for years, maybe decades. He must have seen someone at some point. I waited until a couple of kids scurried out, and then I walked up to him. A small TV kept running in the corner, but he didn't pay any attention to it. His eyes were all on me, with an inviting smile. "Excuse me," I said. "Do you know any people in this building?" He looked at me with that same smile, but said nothing. "Excuse me," I repeated. "Do you know them? Anyone?" He laughed a little and offered me a cigarette. I took it. "You don't speak?" I asked.
Little.
He said.
Very little.
He had this raspy old voice, and he pointed to his throat. I didn't press him about it, and instead went outside with him to enjoy my smoke. This man's beard was as ashen as his cigarette, but it fit him somehow. We just stood there for a moment in silence, watching the busy street, people rushing by like the blood of a vein. There was something organic to it, and just stepping back for a moment calmed my nerves. I don't think it was the cigarette. It was the perspective.
Yafiu.
The old man said.
To be.
Yafiu, I repeated. You know him? The old man nodded, giving me a tap on the shoulder. As he went back inside, he looked back at me a final time.
Good man.
Now, I didn't want to just barge in on Yafo, but I figured I'd keep an eye out. I'd never set foot on the second floor. I had no reason to. But I couldn't help being curious about what kind of people my neighbors were. There had to be a reason why so many of them never left. Maybe there was another reason the rent was so cheap. Another week passed. I was getting into a routine where I rarely had to leave home. Apart from going out to pray, I pretty much never left my apartment. The corner shop had gotten some of my favorite food brands, so most food and drink that I wanted could be bought right downstairs. It really became my haven. Going outside and getting bombarded by the sounds of the city grew increasingly frustrating. I still had to leave for in-office work a couple of times per month, and when I did, I longed to get back home. One time, after returning from a long day, I saw a man leaving the house of rest. He was about my age, but wore surprisingly old-fashioned clothes. I walked up to him, trying to get his attention. He turned to me with a calm demeanor, his hands open. "Are you Yafo?" I asked.
Yes, that's me.
He said. The old man at the corner told me you live here, I said. I just moved in, so we're neighbors.
A neighbor?
He smiled.
What a blessing. Come, dinner's on me.
There was no way to say no. I could tell he wouldn't accept it. And besides, this was the first neighbor I'd spoken to. I had to know more. Yafeu told me he'd lived in the house of rest with his wife Rashida for years. He was originally a repairman, but he'd sold his business for a hefty profit and was technically in between jobs. But there was no hurry.
With rents this cheap, I can live off that sale for years.
He said.
I only do some extra work on the side when I want to get Rashida something special.
What about the others who live there? I asked. Do you know any other neighbors?
No,
He said matter-of-factly.
we all keep to ourselves. It's our piece of heaven. No need to bother it.
It really is a house of rest, I said. It really is.
We're very blessed.
Before we went our separate ways, there was one question I'd forgotten to ask, so before we said goodbye, I turned to him. I have to ask, I said. What were you doing today? He turned to me with a cheeky smile.
I must confess I have a vice.
He said.
I get a bottle of red wine for my wife, and I get a pack of smokes. The good brand, not the cheap stuff from the store. It's my one indulgence, I swear.
So that's it? A bottle and some cigarettes?
Don't underestimate the little things.
He said.
They are the best and the worst things in life.
There wasn't much to say about that. He had a bottle he'd brought along, a fancy brand that he'd gotten from downtown. As Yafeu turned to leave, he looked back a final time and waved.
If you smoke indoors, sit at the open window.
He said.
You can't smoke inside, but they don't check the open windows.
As he wandered off, I assumed he was talking about the owners. But that was another thing. I'd never met them either. But what did he mean by them checking the windows? Who did? When? In the late hours of the night, when I was working at my office desk, I would think about that. What did Yafeu mean? Was it just a friendly reminder to keep the apartment in good shape? Or was it something more literal? I couldn't tell. Were the owners that strict? I tried to go and talk to him a couple of times, but he never opened the door. I figured he was busy or out doing something. But without a clear answer, my mind was left wandering. So in a sudden lapse of judgment, I decided to challenge this thought head on. So one night, I stood by my closed window and lit a cigarette. Now, I can't say for sure what I was expecting. I don't think I was expecting anything at all, really. Maybe someone would ask me to put it out. But no, nothing happened. I was a bit disappointed, really. But as I turned to flick the ash off, I noticed something. The soothing breeze turning to an icy sting. The flavored smoke in my mouth turning sour. There was this warmth on my shoulder, as if someone was looking at my neck. I could feel my heart skip a beat, as if something was judging me from afar. Like I was about to get scolded like a frightened child. I stepped away from the window, hastily putting away the rest of my cigarettes. Imagination or not, I couldn't explain that sense of unease. As if breaking the rules wasn't just something frowned upon, but a fundamental wrong. Then footsteps. It was loud and fast, coming down the hall. The other tenants had been sleeping for hours, and yet they somehow seemed even more quiet. The footsteps stopped outside my door. I didn't dare to move. Something in the door cracked as a great weight pushed against it, making the hinges creak. I took a few steps forward, waving my hands as if to clear the air. "I'm sorry," I called out. "I'm sorry, it won't happen again. I'm throwing them out. I'm sorry." The creaking stopped. I just stood there, watching, waiting for the footsteps to continue. Then, the hinges creaked again as the weight pushed off the door, and someone retreated into the building. I couldn't unlearn this. There was someone in that apartment building watching me. While the house of rest was an amazing place to live, I couldn't stay with that kind of pressure hanging over my head. I reached out to the agency about getting a new place, but they warned me it could be a matter of months. So for now, I had to keep my head down and hope for the best. After that night, I would notice little details around the building. For example, there were drag marks on the tiles of the top floor by the stairs, leading to the roof, as if someone had pulled something heavy. The locks on the mailboxes were all a bit frayed, which didn't make sense to me. there were still these blue papers sticking out of them. Someone checked these mailboxes so frequently that the lock was getting janky. Why didn't they remove the flyers? And finally, there was the basement. It's not uncommon to lock the basement of an apartment building to keep nosy tenants from messing with things they shouldn't. But there was a drainage slit in the floor, as if ready to clean up large amounts of liquid with a spray hose. So, while my life continued, it did so with a tinge of doubt. I was anxious. I still kept to my schedule of working at night and attending prayer. But I wasn't feeling that same sense of calm anymore. I was anxious about going home. I didn't know what to expect. I decided that I ought to try talking to my neighbors again. For real this time. I needed answers. And if I couldn't get them, I would leave that place come hell or high water. So after Jumu'ah, I went home with the intent to go door to door. So I did, floor by floor. I could hear them. Different voices doing different things. Talking, eating, listening to music. But as soon as I knocked, they went quiet. No one came to open, not even Yafeu. I wanted to go back to my place and close my eyes to the whole thing, but I couldn't. I couldn't pretend like there was nothing going on. So I checked the floors again for something drastic. I found it on the top floor of the building, a fire alarm. I pulled it. I had to get people out of those apartments, and I had to know what was going on. I was a bad neighbor, but if this continued, I wouldn't be a neighbor at all. But the alarm did nothing. It was disconnected. So, while this building was in pretty good shape, it was old-fashioned. It had a sort of grimy PA system in place, with speakers lining the hallways. Looking around on the bottom floor, I found a white side door leading to a supply closet with the PA system controls. I couldn't help but notice how well used the cleaning supplies were. There was even a garden hose for spraying away liquid of some kind. I turned on the PA system and heard it crackle to life. It was old, but functional, if barely. I had to click the button a couple of times to get it to work. And as a first test, it only picked up every third syllable or so. My voice barely carried through the old wires, coming out as a distorted, crackling mess. But after a couple of seconds of adjusting and holding the cable at just the right angle, it worked. "Please exit the premise," I said. "You need to leave your apartment. This is a temporary measure." I didn't recognize my voice, and it carried so slow that I could hear myself on the floors above. This had to do the trick. If this didn't work, nothing would. I hurried up to the second floor. Every door was closed, and it was quieter than usual. Then, one by one, the doors would open. Doors clicked and swung open tentatively. Careful eyes looked outside, scanning the premise for answers. There was Yafeu, of course. Next to him, his wife Rashida. But there were others, too. Beautiful young couples, some with children. Each and every one of them a picture-perfect couple or family. And all of them as healthy and well cared for as you could hope for. They started walking out into the hallway. I could hear the same happening on the floor above.
What's going on?
Someone asked.
Is there a problem?
Do we need to leave?
Another asked.
He said we shouldn't leave.
I don't want to leave.
Someone added.
Please, don't make me. Please.
The PA system crackled again.
Return to homes.
Turn to home.
Go back inside.
Go back. Inside.
I couldn't tell if the distortion was from the voice of the speaker or the struggling electronics. But people weren't sticking around to get an answer. A heartbeat later, they threw themselves back into their apartments. The final face I saw was Yafeu, apologetically closing and locking his front door. I hurried up the stairs, rushing towards my apartment. Something was moving downstairs. I could hear footsteps rushing at full speed, hot on my trail. I didn't look back. I just hurried back to my apartment, grabbed my keys, and slipped. The keys sailed across the hallway, landing somewhere in the harsh shadows of a sharp overhead light. And someone joined me in the hallway. The old man from the shop. His back was straighter, and he looked taller. I just looked at him, not knowing what to expect. Then he spoke. It was the same raspy old voice as I'd heard down in the shop. But there was something else to it. It wasn't just a tired old voice. It was something deeper, It wasn't just a sick man. It was something inhuman, struggling to find speech in something not designed to talk. And as his eyes reflected in the dark, like a cat on the hunt, he spoke again.
You.
I rushed forward, grabbing my keys. He ran towards me. Not just a brisk jog, but a full-on sprint. I could never have anticipated how fast he was. I fumbled with the keys as they stuck to my sweaty palms, and I barely got back inside before he got to me. I closed the door but didn't get a chance to lock it. Before my fingers could reach, the door burst wide open, leaning off its hinges. The old man was tall enough for his head to reach the ceiling, but it wasn't a normal height. It was something unnatural about his proportions. As his neck extended, his head brushed against the ceiling and bent backwards at a breakneck angle, as his limbs grew elongated and boneless. His head leaned backwards, as if looking backwards, but the body never turned away from me. His arms, now longer than my entire body, pushed me across the room, breaking my kitchen table as I bruised my tailbone.
You defy sanctuary.
It spat.
You defy rest.
With a single arm, it pulled the oven out of the wall and grabbed the live wire connecting to it. Without skipping a beat, it pulled on the wire, ripping it straight out of the wall while still connected. It sparkled and popped in protest as he moved closer.
You were hurting.
It continued.
You were ready.
It stabbed the wire past me and into my workspace, bursting my computer wide open with a violent bang. It was so hot that one of the windows cracked.
This will not fall into ruin.
It growled.
It is no house of flies.
With its free arm, it grabbed my shirt, pulling me up to my feet. I was choking on my own spit as I looked into a shapeless, flesh-like void. As the old man's skin came apart, all that was left underneath was a strangely textured dark, like a walking night.
This will not corrupt.
It growled, pulling me closer.
It is no house of lies.
With the last bit of air in my lungs, I wheezed out what words I could. It's a house of rest, I whispered. Sanctuary. Home.
Home.
It repeated. It poked a long finger into my chest, and I felt my breath turn cold.
Where heart is...
Something ached in me. Something terrible and deep, like my nerves turning upside down. It forced my eyes back into my skull, as if I was trying to look at my own spine. As I collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, it was gone. Thundering footsteps disappeared down the hall, leaving me with a pounding bruise on my chest. I tore my shirt open and looked for bleeding. There was a massive bruise that reminded me of a sunflower, right over my chest with a thumbprint in the middle. By morning, that bruise would have turned a sickly blue. Minutes later, I got back on my feet. I stumbled into the hall and down the stairs. I almost tripped on my own feet. But by the time I got to the bottom floor, that bruise was burning me, and with every step I took closer to that front door, it burned even more. I could feel my pulse skipping a beat and changing pace. There was a twist in my stomach as my lungs contracted, spilling out a mouthful of blood on the pristine floor. I could challenge it and press further, but I would die, so I didn't. Turning to go back upstairs, I'd see the old man standing at me from the basement door, observing me, not saying a word, just clutching a garden hose to clean up the blood from his precious floor. The next morning, the old man came to my apartment. He fixed the walls, the door, everything. He brought along some groceries and a brand new work laptop, the same kind they used at the office. I have no idea where he got it from or how he knew where to get one. He had the oven hooked up by dinner time. I noticed how he never once reacted to hearing the adhan, the call to prayer. He didn't even look at me twice when I brought out my prayer mat. He just kept working. I didn't know what to do. I could ask someone for help, but I was afraid of what would happen if I left. There was something inside me that didn't want me to leave, and I'd never heard of anything like it before. But then again, even if I left, where would I go? What would I do? I could see why everyone stayed inside. It was easy. The old man would come up with groceries, and he would get you anything you asked for. A new computer, a phone, fresh fruit, anything you might need to keep yourself calm and controlled. So for about a week, I stayed in the house of rest. I didn't leave for the Maghrib as I used to. I didn't leave for Jumu'ah. I didn't have any hawashi at the restaurant down the street. I stayed inside, praying for guidance. It was the most gilded cage you can imagine. It was so simple to let yourself be trapped. All you had to do was accept that this was as good as it would get. But I couldn't accept it. I just couldn't. That place may have been perfect, but I wasn't. Every day, I would roam the halls. I'd walk up and down, looking for answers. And every time those footsteps came back, I'd hurry back inside, like nothing had happened. I wouldn't tempt fate, and I wouldn't attempt to leave. I would play by the rules, which made me think of Yafu. I managed to catch him leaving his apartment once. He looked displeased to see me as he leaned back against his front door.
You made him mad,
He said,
bad idea.
"But you can leave," I said. "How can you do that?"
He lets me.
He said,
It's only a small indulgence. A little wine, a pack of smokes. There's a trust. I've never had the urge to escape, so he doesn't care.
"And you're accepting this?" I scoffed. "You want this, Yafu?"
I have everything I need.
He smiled.
I'm sheltered. I'm in love. My belly is full. This is the answer to my prayers. Isn't it yours too?
I thought about it. In many ways, yes. If I stopped working altogether, the old man would still let me stay, I was sure of it. I'd still have food on my table. Hell, I'd probably have shows to stream on my laptop. And judging by the other people who lived there, he would keep me happy and healthy for as long as he could. Maybe he could even keep me young, like the others, as time passed. But there were things he couldn't heal. And there were things I didn't want to surrender. Not yet. "I can't stay," I admitted. "I will die." Yafel looked me up and down. There was something resolute in his expression, an understanding. Perhaps in the way we were different, could he see my pain? He walked up to me, handing me one of the fancy cigarettes from his pack.
Then remember what I said when you smoke.
Yafel whispered.
Open the window. He doesn't check an open window.
"I'm not interested in..."
No, my friend. Listen.
he repeated.
He doesn't check the open window.
That night I opened the window and lit my cigarette. I took in the bustling sounds of the city and leaned out. It was a long drop from the third floor. My heart was pounding, but not like it had when I tried to leave on the first floor. Yafu was a genius. This thing didn't expect me to climb out a window. Maybe it was so rigid in its rules and regulations that it couldn't fathom the window being used as an exit. Couldn't imagine what it would be like to break rules. Using a bedsheet, I leaned out. I was having second thoughts. My heart was pounding, but I couldn't tell why. Was I dying or just deathly nervous? I felt around with the sole of my left foot, trying to find a grip. But no. The exterior was a smooth red. There was nothing to grab. Instead, I settled on dangling out the window, clinging to that bedsheet for dear life. At some point, my hand slipped. I fell and smacked the corner of an arched window, sending me into a roll. I hit the ground at an angle, bruising 2 ribs and knocking my shoulder out of its socket. But I was alive. Screaming, but alive. I could hear the crackling of the PA system from the house as a furious scream curled over the airways. I could see the lights of my apartment go on and off. I heard glass and wood break as something tore through it. People were gathering on the street, thinking there'd been a brawl, that I'd been thrown out of a window. Someone was filming, another was calling for help. As they carried me away, I saw the shadow of an old man linger in the open window. And on the floor below was Yafeu, raising a lit cigarette at me. Other tenants joined him from their own windows, looking out at me with pity, shaking their heads, shedding a few tears. They weren't angry, they were mourning. And in a flurry of emergency services, pain, and raised voices, the house of rest disappeared from my sight. I haven't been back since. I never knew who to talk to. Everyone who I'd thought would listen had nothing to say. I learned quickly after talking to my family that my story sounds mad. I've tried to soften it to say that the landlord was abusive, but they couldn't make sense of it. "Then why did you stay so long?" they'd ask. "And wasn't he just an old man?" You have to look at it for what it really is. You have to hear and believe the full story. That's why I wanted to talk to you here. One of few places where I think a voice can be really heard. But I'm not going back, and I never will. The bruise on my chest has long since turned into little black strings. Most of the time, it just looks like roots, but it flares up sometimes. When it does, the surrounding skin gets this mild tint of blue, like the image of a strange sunflower. I can also kind of see it in the cold. It's like it's always there, waiting just under the skin. Not too long ago, I reconnected with my lost love in Europe. I think she might have been what kept me from being complacent in the house of rest. And I'm so grateful for it. Without her, I wouldn't have seen the cage for what it was. She says she misses me too, and in a couple of weeks, I'll be going abroad to be with her again. But I wanted to share the story before I go. I wanted to talk openly about it this one last time, and then never again. Because even now, I can't help but think I might have made a mistake. That I might have turned away something that could have been perfect. That if I'd only stuck to the rules and kept my head down, maybe everything would have worked out. But then I get that ache in my chest, and I can't tell what it is. It might be the threat of something vast and inhuman claiming me as its own. Or it might be a heart that I willingly give.
Hello and welcome to Daytime, your place for scary stories, straight from the horror forums of Reddit. Make sure to like and subscribe for more horror tales of things that go bumping the night. On tonight's episode, a man working as a climatologist gets a report of a place with weird weather. So, what's the forecast there? Because here, it is snowing feathers.
As a climatologist, I spend most of my days just screaming into the void. One academic paper at a time, I start to feel more and more like a doomsday prophet. The end is nigh, we yell from the proverbial rooftops. But honestly, I'm as sick of doing that as you are listening to it. Don't get me wrong, I love my job. I get to see and understand things that others usually take for granted. To see the machinations of the planet come together to explain an unpredictable outcome. To face the storm and say, yeah, I get it. We're learning the language of Mother Nature, her screams, tantrums, agony, and relief. But earlier this year, I was sent to study something new and different. I wouldn't go as far as to say we're bound to the whims of an eccentric millionaire, but at the same time, it wouldn't be too far from the truth. Most of our collective projects are privately funded. Most of the time, we're free to do whatever we please, as long as we make our parent company look good. But sometimes they point us in a direction and ask us to go fetch. We're basically academics on retainer, ready to drop our projects at a moment's notice to service our masters. Yeah, I don't like that metaphor either. One day an article dropped in my inbox. It was sensationalist nonsense. No more than 400 words about fishermen coming back from the sea covered in feathers. They called it feather snow, and they swore to its authenticity, claiming it usually came around every 2 weeks or so. The article played it off as a joke, but I wasn't laughing. I could see who sent it to us, our parent company. We had a short staff meeting, and it turned out everyone had been sent the same article. Someone was heading southeast of Portsmouth to debunk it. Well, it turns out that someone was me. I got set up at a small bed and breakfast. All cynicism aside, the people of New Hampshire are wonderful. They were welcoming and understanding, and without a hint of mean spirit. I felt so open about what I was doing there that I told anyone who asked, and I got very honest responses. Apparently, the feathers now was a known phenomenon that dated back to the 80s. It was more frequent nowadays, but there were articles way back speaking of the same thing. Fishermen who'd gotten caught in it weren't locals, and had called the papers. That resulted in the article we'd seen. The locals knew better. This type of thing happened every now and then. Once I got to talking with the local fishermen, it was made apparent that feathers now was a real thing. Very real. They planned around it, and they avoided it when they could. They'd pull up their nets early and reposition their boats to avoid it. 4 different families of fishermen showed me feathers from the previous falls that they'd saved in jars, and I was allowed to take some home for testing. It dawned on me that these were real people, dealing with real consequences. This wasn't some sensationalist nonsense. I sent the feathers in for testing with some of my colleagues. The results were back within a couple of days. 4 different types of gulls, great black-backed, laughing Mew and Franklins, as well as a couple of Forster's tern, pretty common New Hampshire seaside birds. These weren't some fake duck feathers saved up in a jar just for fun. These were actual, real feathers. Why would they just come falling out of the sky and so frequently? I managed to get a hold of a captain, willing to take me out to sea at the next feather snow. Captain Willard Morrow and his son Robert. They also had 2 fishermen who worked for them, but there was no need to bring them along just to witness the feather snow. Instead, the 3 of us were going alone. I brought all kinds of equipment. I was going to measure everything from cloud density to humidity to freaking radon. I just brought whatever I could. Before I left my room, I also brought along my lucky binoculars. Few things can be as valuable as seeing something up close with your own eyes. And these binoculars had been with me for a long time. Hell, they'd helped me spot the origin point of a tornado once. It was a Sunday afternoon when we pulled up the anchor and set out to sea. Not too far out, but far enough that the coastline started to look like a thread. I double-checked my equipment, and Willard was doing the same. His boat was tried and tested, but all electronics were no more than a couple of years old. Just as I was making sure I'd capture everything, he was making sure we were getting back to land. His son, Robert, spent most of his time texting and counting the minutes. Feathers now wasn't something new and exciting to these people. Around 6 p.m., we saw the first signs. Clouds were gathering, but they were spread thin and white. When it rains, clouds turn black. These were classic cirrus clouds, not something you associate with bad weather or storms. Strong winds, perhaps. I was triple-checking my equipment when Robert poked his head out of the cabin window. He pointed just off the side of the boat. See? There's one. He was right. There was a feather there. How hadn't I noticed it? Then I saw it. Millions of feathers falling in unison, a blanket spread out for miles, tumbling through the air just a couple of feet of distance between them. White feathers calmly touching the ocean. A few of them landed on me, and the boat got covered in them. Robert sighed. He was probably going to have to hose the deck off once we got back to land. There it is, said Willard. Like clockwork. Feathers now. What do you think? No idea, I said, shaking my head. How can it... Every 2 weeks? Yous believe us now? We're not just telling stories anymore? Catching a feather between my fingers, I just stared in disbelief. Of course, I'd thought they were lying. I'd thought it for days, but this was real. This was something you could hold in your hand. Willard just laughed. When I got back to my room, I started trying to make sense of the data. There'd been no increase in humidity. It was as if 1 second there was nothing, then there were feathers. Usually I could tell by the equipment readings when something happened, but there was no cutoff point. There was not a single point where I could say, look, this is where the feather started to fall. There was nothing like that. They tumbled down, and that was it. Full stop. I talked to my boss about it, explaining that we basically had nothing to go on. He didn't care for it. Either I made something out of this or I didn't. I could debunk it or explain it. There was no middle ground. Now that I'd seen it and taken pictures, there was no question of it anymore. It was authentic, but odd. That was the best way to describe it. Odd. I spent a couple of days just making up a new plan. I spent my nights at the local pub watching football. Go Wildcats, I guess. And taking long walks. I didn't know how to proceed. There are no rule books for this type of thing. I met Willard and his 2 fishermen at the pub one night. They recommended I talk to a guy named Humphrey, or Hump, and they gave me a number. He was a pilot of a small plane used for displaying banners and messages, a skywriter of sorts. He was a retiree who ran a private pilot course for folks around the area, and he was a bit of a local celebrity. You should see what's going on in the clouds, Willard suggested. And if you're going up, you want Hump to pilot the damn thing. It wasn't a bad idea, and it earned them a couple of beers. Go Wildcats. I'm not afraid of heights, and I'm not afraid of flying, but this time, I was. I got in touch with Hump, and we decided to go up during the next feather snow. He didn't mind. The winds were usually mild, and he had a proposal to help out with anyway. As long as I promised to help him with the lettering, he would help me out, free of charge. How could I say no? He brought me out to this tiny airstrip on the outskirts of town. There was barely any asphalt on the road there, but the strip itself was immaculate. It was privately owned, and Hump took great care of it. As I got there, he was hosing off the plane. We shook hands, had a few laughs, and I helped him with the letters. "Marry me, Jocelyn," it said in bold red letters. When it was time to go, I had to cram myself into the back seat of the plane. There were only 2 seats, and I couldn't bring much equipment. I settled for my camera and my binoculars. Hump, being of a slightly larger than average frame, barely fit in the front seat. Still, he was as used to flying as I was to walking. I know I shouldn't have felt safe in that tiny seat, but there wasn't a hint of insecurity in anything he said. If anything, it was going to be fun. Good old Hump. Cirrus clouds usually rest at about 5,000 to 6,000 meters, and we were going well beyond 8,000. There would be plenty of opportunity for me to see what was going on for myself. Hump even agreed to stay lower than usual. He was, truth be told, a little questioning about why we were going out. Not because he was afraid, but because he didn't get the point. There was nothing out there. Sure, feather snow was weird, but it wasn't malicious. There wasn't a single shipwreck out there because of it. It was too close to shore. But we took to the skies. Man, feeling that big piece of metal lift from the earth is something I'll never get used to. It is one thing to be on a commercial flight, but this thing was tiny. Every twist and turn registered instantly in my stomach, and when Hump started joking about a barrel roll, I nearly gagged. It wasn't the kind of thing you get used to. You either love it instantly or hate it for the rest of your life. I was clearly in the latter category. We circled around town a couple of times, 4 in total. Hump got a text message confirming they'd seen the proposal, and he turned the plane around. I just wanted it to be over. I got a hand cramp from steadying myself, and my ears were ringing from the sound of the propeller. Still, I'm a professional. I wanted to take some pictures and see what was going on. Once we started seeing the cirrus clouds, I got my camera out. It helped to watch the world through a lens. It made it seem less real. I took a few pictures, but wasn't seeing anything in particular. I leaned back to regain my composure when Hump spoke up. "Hey, you seen this?" he asked. "That's a lot of birds." I looked back down as Hump circled the area. He was right. It was a whole lot of birds. Hundreds, maybe thousands. More than there should be. They were circling a particularly thick part of the cloud cover. Hump took us down to get a better view, and I photographed at least a dozen different species, all flying in a circular formation like a ring in the sky. It would have been impossible to see them from the ground. They were hidden by the clouds. They were all of different white plumages, and they kept to a certain part of the sky where the clouds obscured them. "You seen this?" he repeated. "What are they doing?" "Same as us," I laughed. "Either sightseeing or fishing." I brought out my binoculars to get a better look. Then I saw it. In the center of the bird ring, where the clouds were the thickest, there was a black spot. It hadn't been there a few seconds ago. A big circle-like shape. I photographed it, putting my camera on max zoom. What happened next will haunt me. A white circle appeared inside the black spot. As Hump took us up, I realized I was staring at an eye. An eye the length of 2 fishing boats. In the literal blink of an eye, thousands of birds just disappeared. Their bodies were gone, leaving only feathers behind. Feathers that slowly wafted down like snow. Then, the eye turned its attention to us. I could see a faint outline in the clouds, like a shimmering celestial flatfish, too large to comprehend. I started hyperventilating, burying my head between my knees, staring into myself instead of out the window. I pounded the back of Hump's seat, stammering to take us away. Nothing happened. I forced myself to look up, only to see the front seat empty. Nothing but the clothes remained of Hump as the plane started to turn, fast. What happened next were the most panicked seconds of my life. Trying to wrap my head around what I'd seen, trying to pull the flight stick up, trying to get loose and climb into the front seat, all while plummeting towards the open ocean. I sat on Hump's warm clothes as the ocean came rushing towards me. I don't know how I survived. The crash was devastating. I remember crawling out of a wreckage, being cut by hot metal, leaning against a life preserver. There was an intense cold, followed by a pleasant warmth. I threw up at least 3 times, and I passed out just as something shone a light in my face. I woke up 2 days later in a hospital. The crash was pretty big local news. But that's all it was. No mentions of eyes in the sky. No mentions of the feather snow. No. Apparently Hump was a known alcoholic who did sightseeing flights without a license. My name was spared from the articles, but there were plenty of mentions of an implied rich snob who got his comeuppance. I haven't been back since, and my physical therapy is progressing slower than it should. It feels like that thing is still out there, looking for me. It has seen me, and now it wants to know where I went. It wants to do something with me. The entire me, not just my body. It wants to take me away, leaving nothing but a shell behind. My feathers, if you will. There have been no more reports of feathers now outside the coast southeast of Portsmouth. Apparently it stopped after Hump disappeared. But just last night, as I was struggling to sleep, I saw it. Clear as day, a single white feather dancing towards the ground. I think it's here.
Hello and welcome to Daytime, your place for scary stories straight from the horror forums of Reddit. Make sure to like and subscribe for more horror tales of things that go bump in the night. On tonight's episode, a man working to stop a riot have a more than interesting experience when it can't be found. So, where did everyone go? Because I can't find the missing riot.
Riot gear is heavy, but there's a comfort to it. You get used to it, and it is built to be worn for a long time. But sitting there in the back of that RCV, I didn't know what to expect. The order had come out of nowhere. We were told there were at least 350 people rioting, and the scene was getting worse by the minute. There were already squads on site putting down a perimeter, but I still had no idea what to expect. The others were nervous. They were psyching themselves up. Louis was playing music in his headphones, loud enough for me to hear it, 3 seats away. The other officers were checking their gear, going through their checklists. We'd stopped asking questions. There was nothing more to tell about what we were stepping into. When the doors sprung open, we were ready for anything. Shields up, we stepped out. We expected yelling, screeching megaphones, sirens, fire. But what we ran into was possibly the one thing we didn't know how to handle. A completely empty street. All 350 people who'd been there just 15 minutes earlier were gone. There were large cardboard signs without prints. Gas masks and improvised weapons littered the sidewalk. A nearby store had been looted, and there were signs of sporadic violence, but not a soul there. A couple of pigeons were inspecting a lost jacket. I'd never seen anything like it. Sure, some gatherings dissolved, but not before the police arrived. Check for bystanders, the captain called out. Someone had to see something. I wasn't sure what to think. I walked up to Louis, who'd picked up a spray can. "What do you make of this?" I asked. "Something's up," he said, handing over the spray can. "It's empty." "So?" Louis stretched out his arms, making a point. "Where's the graffiti?" As we took a walk around town, it became increasingly clear that everyone had heard some sort of commotion, but no one had any idea what happened. I talked to an elderly couple who told me they'd heard shouting and glass breaking, but they had no idea what it was about or where everyone went. "Do you know what they were protesting?" I asked. "Some legislation, probably," said the elderly man. "Always something." "Did you hear anything?" "No, can't say I did," he clarified. "They chanted something, but I can't tell what." "But you heard it?" I asked. "You sure you heard something?" Yeah, he insisted. "Just can't remember what." Things were getting stranger. Traffic cams didn't show anyone leaving or entering the area, and the surveillance cameras in nearby buildings hadn't caught anything. The convenience store camera had been broken for years. Still, we knew for a fact that there had been people there. We were ordered to expand the search and to start knocking doors. Some of us, me included, suited back down to our uniforms. Louis and I started knocking doors at a nearby apartment complex. For the first 2 floors, no one had heard or seen anything. All we got was confused looks and shrugs. Most had heard something, but that was all we got. It wasn't until we reached the 3rd floor that we met someone who had a few more answers. Apparently, she'd been out to buy groceries from the corner shop. The street was packed, she said. They came out of nowhere, all ragged, wearing these weird masks. Not like the anonymous masks, more like, I don't know, hard to explain. As we kept knocking doors, we heard the intermittent reports coming in. Over at the student housing area, they'd found an entire floor of empty rooms. Over 30 student rooms, suddenly abandoned. There used to be a month-long waiting list for students to even apply for a spot there. So 30 rooms suddenly empty out of nowhere was absurd. Still, no one seemed to know anything about it. That seemed to be the common theme. Everyone knew there had been people living there, but there were no details about them. No one knew their age, names, gender, or what they'd studied. These rooms had been used until just earlier that week, but all of a sudden, they were just abandoned. 30 rooms don't just become available out of nowhere. People need help moving their things. There had to be cars coming in and out of the parking lot. Someone somewhere had to know something, and yet they didn't. Many hours later, the sun started to set. We still had no answers. Reports were written up, the night shift took over, and I went home with a whole bunch of questions in the back of my mind. I took the scenic route through the tunnel and over the bridge by the old campgrounds. Then, as I passed the riverside, I noticed an abandoned car by the side of the road. Now, I usually take that road about 3 times a week, and I hadn't seen any abandoned vehicles there previously. This was new. Thinking someone might have run out of gas or popped a tire, I decided to stop and help. I pulled over and got a closer look at the car. A white Toyota, probably a lease, new and shiny. The passenger side door was open, but the car was empty. I had this strange feeling that I'd seen that car before, but I couldn't put my finger on where. I was getting nervous, and I didn't even know why. I called out with a loud hello, but there was no one around to answer. I noticed the high grass leading down to the river had been pushed down, forming a path. Someone had stepped out and, seemingly in a hurry, ran in a straight line away from the car. Following the trail, I reached the edge of the river. Suddenly, the tracks just stopped. I noticed something half buried in the riverbank. It was this strange white-faced mask, made out of reinforced plaster. It was heavy with a double set of clasps on the back. But the strangest thing about the mask was, by far, the face. It had this strange, neutral expression. The eyes had different sizes, and the mouth was half open. Not as in a smile, but in slight surprise. I'd never seen anyone wear one of those before, and it looked custom-made. Maybe it was related to the riot? I returned to my car and reported the abandoned vehicle. The mask, however, I kept. There was a story there. As I got home that night, I had the strangest feeling of being watched. My 2 German shepherds, Jazzy and Blues, seemed equally on edge. Living alone, they can be a bit of a handful at times, but I love them nonetheless. As I was milling about in the kitchen making dinner, the 2 of them just sat by the back door and stared out. They aren't the kind of dogs to get easily distracted, and they weren't barking. They were just sitting there, like they were waiting for something to happen. I took my dogs out for their evening walk, but I couldn't avoid the feeling of being watched. Jazzy would stop every now and then and look over his shoulder, and Blues was making strange whining noises. And yet, we were alone. No ominous winds blowing, just a long, silent walk, and this unwelcome feeling that something was horribly wrong. Like I was missing something obvious. As I spread myself out in my king-size bed, I took a final look at the mask I'd found by the river. It was large, too large for me, and there was something strange about the expression. I'd set it down on my sock drawer at the far end of the room. Had the expression changed? As I got to the station the next morning, everyone was already up in arms. Louis seemed to be on his 4th cup of coffee. "That car you called in?" he said, pointing at me with his whole hand. "That was just one. There are dozens. An entire parking lot down by the diner. 2 more cars by the railway station. Probably more out by the campgrounds." "No shit? So whose is it? Who are these people?" "That's the thing," Louis laughed. "Unregistered. Every single one. Unregistered. No names, all invalid plates, no insurance registry." "You're kidding." "I fucking wish," he laughed. "This is gonna be a nightmare. Grab a file and a coffee, we're on overtime." Our lieutenant had brought in a plate of danishes and about a dozen coffees from a nearby shop. That was never a good sign. Cars were getting towed and impounded. I was in charge of registration and organizing pickup, but it was clear that this was a bigger effort than expected. Even with a good pace, it'd be a 12-hour workday. At one point, I just started photocopying registration forms and just signing them, left and right, just changing the letters of the license plate. As our lieutenant brought in Chinese food, I took a short break. I started noticing a few things around the office. Nothing big, but slightly out of place. For example, there were a few workstations unattended, and we seemed a bit understaffed. I could have sworn we used to be more people. It just felt a bit empty. I didn't get off work until 9:20. Jazzy and Blues had to stay with my sister for the night. It was hard to explain to her exactly why we were working so much overtime and what was going on. A riot without rioters. People disappearing, leaving their cars and homes behind. And then there was that something. That feeling I was missing something. And back home, I still had that strange mask waiting for me. I stopped to grab some groceries on my way home. As I walked out of the store, I saw a notice in the window asking for new part-timers. It looked recent. I turned back and walked up to the cashier, a middle-aged man eager to get back to his crosswords. "Excuse me," I said. "Did you put up the help wanted ad?" "I did," he nodded. "You interested?" "Sorry, no." I smiled. "Did somebody quit?" "Nah, nothing like that," he sighed. "We're just having some scheduling problems." "What kind of problems?" Well, he put away his newspaper and leaned back in his chair. "I was supposed to go home about 4 hours ago, but we had no one to cover me." "Do you usually have that?" "I think so, yeah." "So in a way, it's like someone's missing?" We looked at one another, trying to find the right words. He was about as stunned as I was. "Yeah," he nodded. "Yeah, like someone's missing." I decided to take a walk around town. It felt like my eyes were opening. The local cinema had a note on the front, informing customers about shorter opening hours. The parking lot by the gym seemed emptier than usual. And as I was about to turn back to my car, I noticed a golden retriever. It was still wearing a leash, but there was no one to hold it. As I approached it, it took off running. I called the station about the runaway dog and headed back home. That night, my house felt emptier than usual. I'd always lived larger than I needed to, but there was still something awkward about feeling small in your own home. I'd gotten that place years ago, figuring I'd start my own family someday. Still, things just hadn't worked out that way. It takes a special kind of person to date a cop, I suppose. After my evening workout and shower, I brushed my teeth. I couldn't help but notice how tired I looked. I wasn't sleeping right. There was something in the back of my mind that just couldn't surface. Even now, looking at myself, I could feel something missing. A piece of the puzzle, right in front of me. My stomach churned, but I wrote it off as stress. As I cleaned my toothbrush, a thought struck me. I opened the bathroom cabinet. On the bottom shelf were several items that just didn't seem to fit with the rest. A couple of brightly colored razors, a box of tampons, bobby pins, makeup remover, tweezers, and an extra toothbrush. None of these were mine. Sure, whenever you've lived somewhere for a long time, you collect things that aren't your own. Still, this was something out of the ordinary. I lived alone, I always had. As I walked around the apartment, that churning in my stomach turned into a rock. I could see things a little clearer. The king-sized bed, which was far too large for me. An unused drawer in my closet, a half-empty coat rack. Finally, in my home office, I found a laptop that I didn't know the password to. How could I own a computer and not know how to use it? And the dogs. I usually didn't leave them at a doggy daycare or with my sister. Someone looked after them while I was at work, but who? "Someone's missing," I muttered to myself. Jesus Christ, someone's missing. I opened my phone and scrolled back a few weeks. So many pictures. But most had been corrupted. Some were just black bars hinting at a colorful background. Others were just plain white. Most of my voicemails were just garbled, screeching nonsense. And there on my bedside table, an empty picture frame. I couldn't sleep that night. I didn't know what to do. It was that kind of night where I just closed my eyes and waited for sleep. But sleep never came. Instead, I had these vivid half-dreams. And no matter how much I twisted and turned, I couldn't get comfortable. Too warm, too cold. Finally, around 3 a.m., I brought out some extra pillows. Hugging them tight and burying my face in them, I felt something resembling peace, a familiarity, a shape that my body was aching to remember. And right there, on the edge of sleep, I heard something. S-O-R-R-Y. I sat straight up. The room was empty, too empty, if anything. "Who's there?" I called out. "Who are you?" But there was no response. There was no one there. Letting my paranoia take hold, I brought out my handgun and started checking all rooms. Finally, I settled in the living room. Sinking down into my sofa with a warm blanket, I fell asleep staring out the sliding glass door. I thought about calling in sick for work, but I couldn't leave Louie hanging. They were already working overtime, and I couldn't leave them like that. Instead, I took a long shower, chugged my morning coffee, and got dressed. I almost forgot to tie my shoes on my way out. The station was bustling with energy. Some of the night shift were still around, half sleeping at their desks. The lieutenant had once again brought in a plate of danishes and a dozen more coffees. The struggle wasn't over. Things were getting stranger throughout the day. We got called out by a landlord who wanted to find their missing tenant, but couldn't give us a name or a description. All they knew was that they were missing. There was also chatter around the station about abandoned bikes by the high school. A motel at the edge of town had started questioning why 3 of their rooms had been rented for a week, but there was no one there to use them. The rumor mill was running hot. I couldn't help myself. My anxiety grew as that little voice in the back of my head kept screaming at me that people had gone missing. A lot of people all at once. But the most awful feeling came, that empty picture frame on my bedside table. Why would I ever keep an empty picture frame by the bed? I got home around 7 p.m. that night. My sister was worried about me, but I told her it'd just be a few days. Things were still crazy, but I was getting by. Soon enough, it'd all die down. As I walked from room to room, I took off my socks and felt a caffeine headache starting to set in. Putting away my phone, a chill rushed up my spine. I wasn't alone. Looking down my unlit hallway, I didn't see anything. The lights were off, and the dark wallpaper didn't help. As my hand reached for the light switch, I heard a noise. S-T-O-P. It wasn't coming from the hallway. It was coming from the white mask I'd found. Peering into my bedroom, I saw the mask resting on top of my sock drawer. The expression had changed, going from a surprised neutral to a wide-eyed stare, mouth wide open. It had tipped to one side and was meeting my gaze. "What?" I said out loud, surprising myself. D-O-N-O-T. Nothing more than a faint whisper. It was clearly coming from the strange mask. My left hand started shaking, fingers uneasily resting on the light switch. D-O-N-L-O-O-K-A-T. It was a standoff. The mask was referring to whatever was waiting at the end of the hallway. I could barely hear myself think, my mind stuck between several simultaneous impulses. I could turn on the light and challenge whatever was there. I could get my gun. And yet, all I did was hold my breath and listen. There was no training to account for this stuff. There was no rational response. The hallway moved. At least that's what it looked like from where I was standing. Something so tall it reached the ceiling with ease started moving. This tall, elongated presence, dressed in what looked like a ruined hoodie and faded, dirt-stained jeans. Something that could pass for a person at a distance, like camouflage. Long, leather-like fingers covered its face, hiding it from me. I let go of the light switch, fumbling backwards. Snagging my foot on the corner of a carpet, I fell flat, knocking the air out of my lungs. It took a step further. An impossibly long arm reached into my bedroom. Without even leaving the hallway, it grabbed the mask from my sock drawer. Y-O-U-K-N-L-O. O-K, no W-W. D-A-N-K, yo-you. It sounded sincere. It was getting closer. I was crawling backwards, kicking myself away until I felt my back press up against a wall. The mask writhed, arranging itself. The nose getting smaller, eyes thinner, cheeks puffier. It was turning into a woman's face, the hoodie almost resembling long black hair in this light. The creature leaned over me, and as the face came closer, I forgot how to breathe. Suddenly, a woman's voice. I-A-M-S or rye. I closed my eyes as it drew closer. I couldn't focus. I held up my hands to defend myself, but it was nothing but instinct. I wonet, F-O-R-G-et-E-U. The words were whispered into my ear. I knew that voice. I'd heard it. That voice was the voice of sleepy Sunday mornings and Netflix binging. The voice of homemade lasagna and long road trips with jazzy and blues. I'd heard it 1,000 times, and suddenly I was hearing it for the first time. As my heart broke, a pair of ice-cold plaster lips kissed my cheek. I screamed. I barely even noticed the other people. They'd come through the back door and the bedroom windows, at least a dozen of them, all dressed in the same white masks. They flocked around the tall figure, looking down at me with weapons at the ready. Chains, bats, lead pipes. Some were breathing heavily, others just stared at me. They all hid behind their masks, their faces distorted in impossible proportions. I pulled my hair, trying to understand why I was in such pain. Why was I missing someone so much, without having even the slightest memory of them? One by one, they all stepped out of my front door, leaving me broken on the hallway floor. All that remained was a gift. My own white mask left on the bedroom windowsill. It looked sad. I've had a hard time understanding what happened the day of the riot. I think there had to be people there, but we just collectively forgot about them. Maybe it wasn't even a riot. The first time I tried wearing that mask, I could have sworn I heard that woman's voice again, calling out to me, asking about my day. Since then, I've worn it every night as I go to bed. The pillows I hug feel more alive, warmer, and sometimes I can almost see her in the corner of my eye. But it affects me. I get this feeling that this is a dangerous path to take, and I'm not sure I can turn back. Even just wearing it every now and then is the only thing that stops my heartache for a while, as I trick myself into thinking she's there. And I know she's real in some way. I got the password for the laptop. Lately, my mask has started to change expression. It has gone from tragically sad to this manic-looking stare. I feel better than ever wearing it. I can laugh again, dance again. I can feel a familiar warmth when I lay down to sleep. I can feel a hand on my shoulder when I cook. Something that guides me to what spices to use to make everything taste as it used to. I'm starting to remember things, details, words. I don't care if it is too late. I don't think I can ever...